In the Sirius, we're seeing some, yeah. Looks like maybe, could that be broken?
Probably the bilge keel.
Bilge keel.
Or it could just be growth along one of the seams.
Mm-hmm.
I am noting how flat the top is, which was not the case of earlier built oil tankers.
Yeah, we have a ravioli star, I think. 8, 9 o'clock. No, 8, 7 o'clock. That's interesting. So little hydroids growing on it. Thought there was a sponge at noon off camera.
Quite a lot of hydroids there.
Look, a tiny little galtheid at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And a yellow sponge, it looks like. Looks like the same
For sure.
species up top.
Yeah.
Ooh, a shrimp, a little pink shrimp.
Top and below.
Mm-hmm. That's what you were saying, the shrimps.
Wow. Quite a good number of shrimps.
Yeah, they're really concentrated in this spot. 10 or 15 of them.
Here we get a nice close look on one of these shrimp.
The corrosion looks different here too than it did the rest of the further down the hull. Looks almost like paint maybe. There's some line at 9.
I was just reading that Bloody Marsh is actually on its maiden voyage from Houston to New York when it was sunk. So that it was a brand new ship when it went down on July 2nd of 43.
That's a shame.
Well, it was built in Philadelphia, so presumably it had to make it to Houston first, but it was its first voyage with a cargo.
So it's second time in the ocean, second time floating across the sea.
Yeah.
Chat room is reporting that shrimp may have been from the genus Nematocarcinus.
Nice, thank you.
See some rusticles.
Yeah, rusticles. Looks like there might be sponges there too.
Got something going on there.
Yeah. Yep, that's the end.
Oh yeah, coming up here on the, looks like to the broken end, bow end. That will be good to take a careful look at.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
What
What?
up here from the,
The damage you were looking after? This end here? You were wanting
yeah,
to
it
look
looks
at?
like we're coming up on the end.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming up on the end of the this whole section.
This could be the break in the hull.
Yeah, I think that's
Second
line.
torpedo.
Yeah, it definitely looks damaged over here. And it lines up on the multi-beam too. This looks like the end of that bathymetric rise we were finding in the multi-beam. So
Ground truthing at its best.
that's right. It's right on target.
Couldn't see any bilge kills in the plans there. I'm not seeing it on the hull. Maybe because of the flat bottom. Pretty stable ship.
Yeah, looking at the plans, it is flat bottomed, and I think that the bilge keels would have just been at the turn of the hull there, rather than turn of the bilge like the more rounded tanker hulls would have.
Can you guys explain what a bilge kill is?
Yeah, the bilge keel is it's a small ridge for stability that was kind of like, if you think it'd be maybe at like 7 o'clock and 4 o'clock, kind of on the downside of a hull, so that the rounded nature of it would be slightly more stable to moving around. So there were these long metal lines, maybe 6 inches to a foot high, that were just I guess riveted in most cases to the outside of the turn of the bilge there, to keep it from a little bit more stable.
Oh, really? Looks like we're getting a look inside.
Mm-hmm. What is this round thing we're seeing here? At 3.
Or maybe that's just the hull bent over.
Yeah, I think that's a hull plate that's just kind of fallen
Hanging
down
off.
over the bridge. I think we're going to find more debris and whatever remains of the bow down at the seabed and to the left.
I'm going to look down a little bit.
Really glad to see it void of nets.
Yeah.
Agreed. I'm sure the ROV team agrees with you, too. That there are no nets. So far, Mm-hmm. We got some fish here at the bottom. Way down at 6. Looks like more
Mhm.
wreckfish. A little Lemanima. Looks like you got line beneath you. So watch your toes. Oh, it just ends.
Yeah, although you can see the debris moving off to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be interesting looking inside
Mm-hmm.
the distance, of course, see if there's piping. The machinery would be back aft.
Yeah, judging by the incident report, this should be just a break in hull tank 3. So the rest of the bow and any pump rooms like that would presumably be
Forward.
further forward. This strike was probably just forward of the pilot house.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the cargo tanks had heating coils in them just to keep the liquid cargo warm for pumping it off and export. And actually, that technology was used in the 20s.
Mm. So the plan is, I think, the pilot was saying he's just shuffling Sirius around so he can swing around and we can take a peek in this hole without getting snagged on anything.
Excellent.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, that sounds great.
We're going to take a look at the bottom here and see what the debris looks like.
Everything's looking pretty good so far, in your opinion, speaking to Bloody Marsh?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a tanker, flat-bottomed and welded seams, plus the location information. Certainly I'll point to it. Like I said before, it'd be great to get a measurement on the size of the hull section so that I can kind of measure that between where we think the two torpedoes struck. When we first came upon it with the scanning sonars, since we were kind of end on, I was worried that it wasn't the right size at all, but having just gone down the whole length of it, it certainly does seem like the right size. I mean, it really doesn't look like there's anything else out here. It's possible the bow floated away a little bit before sinking, but there should be another section of it somewhere. The next thing to do after we explore forward here is to come back around and do the same thing on the port side. And
Look for
it's
damage.
possible that look for damage. It's also possible that the bow section's over there somewhere.
Right. I know in the case of Montebello was torpedoed in the dry cargo just forward of the tanks, and the separation in that case was 30 feet, but the bow went down first. It's only 900 feet of water, of course, but it stuck into the bottom and then broke off, and there was like a 30-foot gap between the two. But it was looking inside the hull, you could see all the piping configuration for the pump room, which, in this case you might have, again, some of the piping for the cargo storage. But everything speaks to it. I mean, the fact that you've got a break, you got a separation of the bow section.
Yeah.
Goes to the historic
damage
record.
so far, the damage lines up, and I was very glad to see the welded joinery because You know, there were a lot of tankers sunk out here. Most of them were the other ones that I know that need to be found are up further north, but there's still, I think there's one of the SS ships that's kind of in this area, so there's certainly a possibility that it could have been another tanker, but seeing the welded joinery is certainly a very good indication that it's Bloody Marsh. And that may be the only, that and the damage may be the only things we have for an identity. You're not necessarily going to find a name on the stern. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there is something on the bottom out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good.
That sounds great.
Is it worth just getting a sweep on the sonar to the left?
Yeah, they're gonna
Before you go.
spin this. Sorry, gently rotate the ROV.
Okay, so we've turned to port and we're facing out into the distance. We actually see a plate at the top of our video, and we'll do a little scan here to see if we have any hard returns out that way.
Great. Mike just wants the bow with the name on it.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Yes, please.
Probably in the haste they painted his name on and wasn't raised non-ferrous letters, I bet you.
Yeah, I don't see anything, but there is a plate there that we see, so we can go look at that eventually. I don't know how feasible it is to go around what we're calling the port side, given the direction of the current, but the watch will be changing before that, so that will be those pilots' decision.
Would it be easier to go back along the side we just came up on and look at the seabed and then spin around and go back up the other side? Just because if the current's pushing in that direction?
Yeah, so if we go on the port side, the currents would be pushing us into the ship, pushing our tether and the ROV into the ship. If something was to happen, we might make contact in some way. So I don't know that the port side's really an option. So yeah, the plan was to follow the seabed around. And now that we know where the fishing line is, I've marked those on our HiPAC, and they'll know where to look, and they can do a scan at sea level, basically, or at the sand level. So unless this current calms down between now and then, I don't know that the port side will be an option at all today.
Understood.
Yeah. So, as an example, this nice still stationary image with the snow going by, we're using 85% of our lateral thrust to maintain our current position. So it's a pretty high current day. But we'll still try to get...
I see another ravioli star, I think, at 4 o'clock.
Yes, yeah, that's the one we saw before going out.
Okay.
Goes out towards my starboard.
You also have a line coming up ahead of you. This is an interesting piece of metal here at 9.
Yeah.
It's really squared off. I wonder what that is. Yeah, getting a little bit turbid here. Like turning on your high beams in the fog.
More line in the bottom left.
do keep in mind you have that bottom plating that was curled down above you.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Any idea what this squared off, like, toothed metal piece is at 9? Oh, this is neat, too.
Yeah.
There's hydroids growing on that fishing line.
My only guess for that piece of metal would be some kind of joinery in the bulkheads.
So it's part of the structure of the ship.
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
Mm-hmm. How about this, like, pitchfork? Is that pitchfork looking thing?
It's definitely a pitchfork.
Yeah.
No, I can't really.
Not sure.
I can't really see it very well on my screen.
Oh, okay.
It could be some kind of piping. I'm not really sure.
Looks like it could support piping.
Yeah, it looks, yeah.
I wonder what that bright white, is that an urchin?
It could be. It also could be a barnacle. I'm not sure we can get much closer, yeah.
Right.
I think we're about 5 meters away from the actual ship, so most of this is zoom.
Looked like a pyrosome just floated by. Colonial tunicate.
So are we looking at the bilge there with those angle braces?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good guess. The bilges, were just below the tank, so we may be looking at a bit of the underside structure here.
We have a shift change going on.
So if those were the bilges and not a sidewall, then that would mean it's laying on its side rather than the bottom? Or have we discovered that yet?
Well, it does seem to be entirely inverted, so that may not be the bilge in that case. But we might get a better sense of if it's at a particular angle, if we were to look on the port side, but that may not be possible due to the current.
Yes. Yes. Cool. Sure.
Hey, Shoreside, this is Chris Ritter, your pilot. Just got a pass down from the previous pilot watch. Does not look like, he alluded to this and I agree with him, it does not look like the port side is feasible with this much current and our tether and all the potential hazards. So I saw we did the top of the wreck, bottom of the ship on the way back, on the way to the bow. So I'd like to come back down that same side, just closer to the sand and potential deck line, if that works okay for shoreside.
Hey, Chris, yeah, that's fine and understood. One thing, if you could keep an eye out, I'd like to get an estimate on the length of this hull section. So from right where we are to the break at the stern, if you could track that in your navigation somehow, just an estimate would be really great.
Sure thing, we got Nav working on it right now.
Great, thanks.
Looks like the tanks carry pretty much down close to the keel. I'm just wondering if they're a bit inboard of the outer hull, what we were looking at there.
Yeah, there may have been the case. It may have also just been some angled bracing that we saw.
Hi, this is the ROV navigator speaking. I'm measuring 90 meters from initial contact of the stern to where we are now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a look at the plans and see where that puts us.
Sounds great.
Yeah, so that actually, like I'd already put X's on the plans where the two torpedoes were supposed to have struck, and the distance between them is basically 90 meters. So that's yeah, that's pretty telling for the identification.
So if you're just joining in, this is NOAA Ocean Exploration Dive 2 of the 2107 expedition on the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, and we are investigating a shipwreck, which is possibly the Bloody Marsh, and all the observations of the day are consistent with that conclusion so far.
Hi, Shoreside. I just want to let you know, this is Pilot again, that we have a ship move in that's going to take us back down the hull, but in the meantime, I don't think we got close-ups on this debris down here, so we'll get that in as best we can before we start heading back down the ship.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
See a nice crab tucked in there as we peek inside. A really nice view of the wreckage at this end of the hull.
We have another ravioli star at 6, just off screen. Maybe a crab at 7 or 8. Nice wreck fish. Might have some anemones towards the bottom here. You can see these flaked off parts down here at the base. Yeah, it looks like we might have some flytrap anemones.
It doesn't seem too like the edge of the deck is buried too much in the sediment. It'd be interesting to see as we go down this side if we can see any of the deck edge exposed that could give us any sort of features.
There might be some corals at 9 o'clock. A little brown area. So the bottom of this is actually the top edge of the ship's deck. So the boat's completely flipped upside down. Do I have that right? Okay. Yeah. There's a wreck fish. Yes.
Like, you know if the bridge was mostly above deck built of wood rather than steel? That was the case with Montebello.
I don't know that. When was Montebello built?
It was built in 1920, and the lower structure, which would be probably the bridge deck, was steel, but nav, everything above that was all wood, which just kind of speaks. I'm wondering about this. With the torpedo impact at number 3 tank, if it took out any of the bridge area.
Yeah, that's a... Well, probably not, because the only people who died were the 3 in the engine room. And if it took out part of the bridge, they would have probably been casualties there.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's probably... The bridge is probably pushed into the mud, or... Yeah, probably. I wouldn't expect that it was wood. This was built in 43, but it's possible.
Okay. Yeah, it's just so pancaked and on a hard bottom.
Yeah.
But it had a lot of good distance to travel to the bottom, too. So.
Yeah, it did.
There's another hole right there, it looks like. And it eroded away. Yeah, we came down this side earlier, and we just did it higher up on the ship or in a more shallower area, and then we dropped back down, and then we're swinging the same side, just closer to the bottom.
Mark, are you going to follow the mud line aft and then go towards what might be the bow area?
We're going to... No, well, we're going to follow the mud line to the stern area now.
Shoreside, this is Pilot. I'm going to leave the mud line just for a minute to investigate this while we wait on a ship move, and then we'll head back down there.
Thanks, Chris.
Roger that.
So Scott had a question. Out of curiosity, would a ship like this sink at like 10 meters a minute, or slower or faster? I'm just curious how long it would take for it to impact the bottom at this depth. So, if one of you guys has an answer for that, that'd be awesome. Yeah, it looks like a rust spot. We're seeing these small red shrimp again. There seemed to be a small colony of them here in this isolated area when we came right the first time. Another wreckfish, a couple of wreckfish. You can see the rusticles. Let's eat. I got a little like scorpion type fish. And a shrimp. A Lemonema. Or a codling. There's an anemone at 9, I believe. Little white circle, just left of where the lasers would be if they were on. There you go. Yeah, if you could just snap zoom, let's see if I can ID it real quick. That looks like a flytrap anemone, possibly. All right. Thank you.
So is that a bacteria mat we see around the
Yeah,
hull?
it looks like white bacterial matting. That's interesting. Oh yeah, definitely. Look at that hairy bacterial mat.
And what would this bacteria be consuming?
So, is this a chemosynthetic bacteria, maybe?
So that would suggest a nearby source. Would that suggest a nearby source?
It could.
Mike, is there any way to determine a beam dimension?
Yeah, it's 60, 68.
But I mean on this site.
We have not gotten a beam dimension now.
Okay, but it's possible to...
Well, if we can't go over to the port side, we may not be able to get a measurement on that.
Okay.
I don't think the multi-beam is, because it's so deep, I don't think that we're able to get accurate measurements of that way.
Right.
It's interesting that there's just one hole there, and it's the only one we've seen that has that bacteria out around it. The other holes were barren, really. Chris is saying she sees a possible skeletaless varangid, which is a type of sponge. Not sure where she saw that because she's a little behind in the time, but probably close to where that hole was.
think she's referring to the off yellow crusts.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple more flytrap anemones. It sure does.
We're close to being able to see the deck edge, but it really looks like it's completely flipped. It's not at any angle on the seabed.
Yeah, from that original stern view, looked like there was no list either direction.
Yeah. But I don't think we're going to be able to see much feature-wise, but it's still worth a look down this side at the seabed.
Is a squat lobster? Which one are you looking at?
Got a paint line? A chalk right there in the center screen.
Yeah, maybe. Heavily encrusted there.
Yeah, just if you can go in tight on it and round circular, because that would indicate main deck or pipe deck. A little fuzzy on my end. Now lower.
Can you pan down a little bit?
Want to go right down to the mud line.
Can you go all the way down to the dirt? Yeah. That guy?
No, just go down to the mud line.
Yeah.
Nice looking anemone.
Circular or oval round piece. I want to see if that's a chalk for a line.
That guy right there. This is what they're looking at here. In center screen.
Back out just a little.
Yeah.
See.
Just hold right there. You're good. It's actually dead center screen. I think they're looking at. So there's like this circular formation
right
below the anemone.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Do you need a tighter zoom than that?
Maybe not. No, I don't think it's a chalk. And we're closer.
Let's get wreckfish shadow.
Yeah. And typically you'd have these chalks outboard, mooring bits.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
I got some more of these anemones here at 3 o'clock. I think there might be a corysted sponge too. Let's see. Can you guys zoom, pan down a bit? Oh yeah, be safe first, but when you're done. I'm not sure. Can you go full wide and let me look? Yeah. I lost it. I was taking notes. There it is. Okay. Pan down. There's a white sponge that looks like a wrinkle at 8, 7, 8. Yep. Okay. No worries if you can't. There you go, that guy. Oh no, it's just a flytrap anemone. Never mind. See that whole seam there? Five or six flytrap anemones that have tucked their tentacles inside. But these white gorgonians, Plexura gorgonians, are almost everywhere.
Yeah.
They're consistently on this hull, except for in the chunks that seemingly have fallen off recently. There's also some on the bottom growing on the...
Maybe on the plates that have fallen off the side, in the right orientation.
So you can really see the corrosion on this metal. That looks like a sponge.
Yeah, those are all encrusting sponge.
This little tube-like thing. Not sure what that is. Yep, then there's more of that bacterial matting here. It's 7. You can see the white film along the rusted middle. Yeah, there it is. So possibly chemosynthetic bacteria could be feeding on the oil.
That's great. See that on Sirius, that shadow as the fish swimming by again. Interesting to look at some of these pieces that have come off that are covered with gorgonians.
Yeah, they're thin sheets of metal that have sloughed off. Again, we've got these red shrimp right around 2 o'clock. We're about halfway down the hall. See, we're starting to see these holes again at the top,
Yeah.
towards the back of the ship.
Have we got confirmation that that is actually the stern? Because I hadn't seen any propeller or any mechanical.
Well, you might
out
not
there.
because of the torpedo damage, one of the torpedo impact zones.
So yeah, we're not sure. There would be no rudder or anything on the back end because that's where it got hit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. The part of the stern probably broke off, and it may be elsewhere. We know that is the stern area, the aft area of the ship, just because of the orientation of the wreck, and that this is the starboard side, so moving laterally, that's the side that you would get to. But we have not seen any defining characteristics of the stern.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know how many of the tanks were filled on the ship? Was it completely filled, or were some of them empty?
They were full almost to capacity, which is one of the reasons why this is on the potentially polluting wrecks list. 106,000 something barrels of oil on it, which was, I think, its limit. And it was struck in one of the tanks, so there was a good chance there was additional oil still on board.
It also had the capacity of 11,000 plus bunker oil as its fuel.
And what is bunker oil?
I guess it wasn't quite to capacity. It could take 138,000 barrels. There's at 106. I think the number one tank, the cargo tanks in the front, were not full, and it doesn't. From reports, it doesn't look like the deep tank or the forward tank were full either.
Yeah, it was relatively a short trip. I probably would have bunkered in New York again.
So he's got like a crack here, or see that's like
that looks like it's one of the welded seams that it's
welded
split.
seam. Above it too, there looks like another section that looks like a snapped welded seam.
Was there a predominant direction of the current in this area, or does it change or influenced by the Gulf Stream?
So the Gulf Stream's coming from the south to the north. Which way are we facing right now? We are facing south, but we're also on the leeward side of the leeward side of the ship.
Must be facing north.
Yeah. Aren't we facing south?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
So you're on the back side of the ship behind so we're not getting pummeled by the Gulf Stream.
And it's just interesting how the degradation increases as you go further aft. Not that it might be associated with just, the hull twisting in the wrecking event, but you don't see that forward where the second torpedo hit. So I just wonder, as Mike was saying earlier, an influence by current.
Mm-hmm. There's an interesting hole here. Hey, pilot, can I get a snap zoom on that hole? Yeah, this ring-looking thing. That's pretty neat. Maybe a pipe or something? Looks like we might have some worm tubes too.
Mm-hmm.
At 9, 10 o'clock. Some hydroids along the edge.
Some happy hydroids blowing in the breeze.
Yep. Another sea star.
Sea star.
And the shadow from the wreckfish above our heads. And can we snap zoom in this next hole too when you get close enough? Thank you. That looks like a cutout. Like a porthole.
So you
maybe.
only find wreckfish on wrecks?
I don't know. I've only ever seen them on wrecks. Oh no, we have them on the Okeanos reefs.
Okay. Just figured if you didn't know the name, you'd just call it a wreckfish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Natural habitat of the wreckfish.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we have another
They use that in
cookie
the
star
Pacific.
too.
When we have the time, we have a request to see the close-up on the encrusting yellow sponge.
Really nice flying to both pilots.
Mm-hmm.
And you get extra points for a ship's bell.
I'm not sure which yellow encrusting sponge she was talking about. When we find it again, we'll let you know. I think it was behind us. Do you see it anywhere? Because these are rust spots.
Right, those are rust.
I don't think there's, sponge. You gotta get a little closer, maybe. Maybe here?
Mike, you think with the machinery back aft that she would come down stern first?
Top right of that
Well,
space.
also, no, probably, so it was hit in the engine room first, so at the stern.
Right.
But then it was the strike of the bow that made it sink almost immediately. So I think it sank forward first. Because that would seem to... The report said that it basically broke the ship in half, though it wasn't quite in half. So I think it probably sank bow first.
This looks like wood to me. These look like 2x4s or something.
4x4.
4x4s. That looks like a pipe, but that looks like wood.
It would be once we get to the aft area, it would be interesting to look through the debris field there for piping or machinery, and also to do a sonar scan around it to see if we can locate where the rest of the stern went.
Copy that, shoreside. We'll make it happen when we get that way.
More diverse hydroids growing on every available space.
There's some bacteria here. You can see inside.
Yeah. Really nice.
Anemones. There's a ravioli star at noon, or slightly left of noon, above that hole. If we can get a snap zoom on that. I guess now it's at 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Goniasterid.
Yep, ravioli star. Thank you. There's another one at 6. Here's an interesting piece hanging off here. The bottom looks like it broke from that. Right, see this large piece of metal, and then it looks like it split and flopped over towards the right.
Revealing something on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting back to the wreck then.
So this would be the port side of the ship, right? Because
it's the stern.
Starboard side. Even though it's upside down?
Yeah.
This is a killer on my dyslexia.
That's all right. You could tell south from north before.
It's east and west that messed me up. It looks like maybe some piping or something here. These tubular shapes. Now we're back in that debris field on the stern of the boat, right?
Yeah.
Towards the backside, at the northwest corner.
Looks like.
Ooh, that line.
There's the line. Looks.
Bungee. There's some interesting.
Another one of those coral hakes dipping in and out of that hole.
Mm-hmm. There's an interesting circular hole right here, a shaped hole. Well, that might actually be a basket star. Can we zoom in on the white thing? Yeah, below. Yeah, at 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's a basket star. Yep,
Just below.
below camera. 6 o'clock. Thank you. Nice. They're one of the coolest animals to watch move.
They are nice.
Okeanos cephalidae.
There's another hole in that piece of metal towards the back there.
So this is the area of the ship that we came in on when we approached this morning. So we're back in that debris field on the stern side, the aft of the boat. And this is the impact point when it was torpedoed.
Really drives home the destructive power.
Yeah. It's just crumpled metal.
Shoreside, we're going to do a quick sonar scan out in the distance here while we're off the wreck a little.
Yeah, okay, great.
Not picking up too much in the blue view. Can you range me out there, co-pilot?
Yeah, I mean, this is where we came in, so I wouldn't expect there to be, but I thought we'd just double check.
Roger. Yep. Understood.
And they did a large swath of the multi-beam around here. So if it's even remotely close, I feel like it would have showed up on the multi-beam, unless it's really just like smaller or has collapsed or just totally broken up.
We just range the...
Yeah, we're kind of at the very limit of the multi-beam here. At 500 meters depth or so, only a shipwreck the size of a tanker would be found. That's why I don't expect that we would have seen some of the smaller debris on that.
Yeah, we'd need a higher resolution multi-beam to get the details like that.
It's more the just the distance from the surface you need. To get higher details, you need to have a sonar that's closer to the wreck, so with an AUV or a deep tow.
There is a big line over here at 3. Ooh, copepod or something in the water column. There's another Okeanos cephalidae or basket star at 3 o'clock. I believe that's the one we saw when we came in.
Okay.
The water's nice and still here. In a little safe spot from the current.
Site sure speaks to the destructive power of World War II.
It's true. My grandfather sailed in World War II, and he died in Italy on his ship.
On the ship, do you remember what year that was? What
That
the ship was?
1942. Yeah, it's the John Bascom. It was in Bari Harbor in Italy.
Wow.
But he gave me my name, Alan Gilbert
nice.
Collins.
Rest in peace. Thank you for your service. Still amazing that there were only 3 fatalities of, I think there were 67 on board.
Yeah. And it was the
torpedo hit, but the fact that there wasn't a fire probably contributed to allowing them to get off in the 4 lifeboats, and then some rafts, I believe.
It's amazing that they hit an oil tanker and there was no fire.
Yeah, especially in the number 3 cargo hold.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the machinery space, but
It's just a pile of crumpled metal.
That piece is very rounded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this round part here.
That's the first part that we came up on and imaged.
Yeah, this is the section we came on then this morning when we first landed.
great detective work, Mike, and putting this together and following the leads and coming up with a region to survey.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Gary.
Just to reiterate for people who weren't on the line earlier, we had done a search for this wreck a couple of years ago now with Okeanos, and they mapped this area, and we found a target that was about the right size, and it turned out to be a rock outcrop, which is disappointing, of course. And then I was kind of like, well, that's it. And then a colleague of mine at Boehm had, Jack Irian, had a contact in the UK who had satellite data, and they mentioned to him that there were oil slicks on the surface in this area. And so we got that data from them and saw where those oil slicks came to the surface and lined up, and then sort of back calculated where the source of that would be given the currents. And then we had Okeanos mapped here again back in the summer, and they found this target. And now we're able to dive on it. And so it just goes to show that, you got to follow the leads and keep trying to explore areas that have been unexplored. And, so it's really great to find, especially given that if it's not actively leaking now, it does still have oil on it likely and leaks from time to time. So finding these sunken tankers that are in deeper water are a really good step forward towards potentially mitigating any environmental threat that they pose.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. It's a great collaboration story as well.
Yeah, cross-Atlantic collaboration.
Also the satellite data and the multi-beam data and the brain power to put it all together.
And then an ROV to go look at it.
Exactly.
There's a little bit of debris out here. Looks like.
So we're still in the position where the currents are preventing any exploration up the port side of the wreck.
We can check with the pilot.
Yeah, we're reapproaching the stern, and we're making a move to possibly peek around that side.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. So in the multi-beam data, there was one pass on it that Gary Fabian, a colleague of ours who's very good at tweaking out targets from multi-beam data. It looked like there were kind of a parallel line here, and so it's possible that the bow section was partially attached when it sank really quickly and landed next to it, and so it would be really great to see if that's the case or not.
So I think we're going to try and take a peek around the southern side of this wreck. And we'll be on the side that the current is coming in, so we have to be really careful that we don't get blown into the wreck. So this is going to be a delicate process. Hopefully we can get a good peek. Yeah, we can see the gorgonians and the white fluff it looks like from here, but it's actually gorgonian corals growing along that hull. Okay.
This is the pilot speaking. We're peeking down the southern half. My heading of the ROV is pretty similar to that of the wreck. I don't see any. I can see about 50 meters with the multi-beam. And I don't see any super large structures. Looks like just this wreck continues and that's it.
All right, thanks for taking a look. Obviously, we want to do what you guys, only what you're comfortable with. Yeah, I can see the current blowing the sediment towards the wreck now. I would say we could go back along the side, the starboard side that we can look up or work over, and we can go back and look at the kind of above, so kind of across the top, just a little bit, and take a look if we can see any oil coming out of any of the seams.
Sounds good to me. You guys feel comfortable with that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can really see a lot more of the shape of this from the Sierra's camera. As D2 comes up, it shines its lights. You'll see more of the hull. A small ctenophore floating by.
So could that pipe be like a bilge pump pipe, pumping it from the bilge to come up and out?
Makes it look like it's got a little bit of a list, maybe towards the starboard now that we're at a higher elevation.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You guys said that you would like to measure it. Which measurements were you looking for? Like, is this a good place to throw on the lasers and get an estimate of how wide this is? Oh, you can see the Can you see the lasers?
I don't think so.
Not helpful.
No, I don't think that's all right.
Okay.
I mean, the width is supposed to be like 68 feet, right? Centimeter. The lasers are 10 centimeters, so they take a little while.
Yeah. You have to pause it and measure it across.
Yeah, I mean, the sonar image I'm looking at, that sort of had the parallel thing. It was coming off of the bow side. So once we get to the other side, if we have time, and we can do the same thing where we just kind of send the sonar down the parallel length if possible, keeping the ROV obviously away from the wreck. That would be another good check. If we are only going 50 meters out, and this section's a 90-meter section, we might have missed it.
Yeah, we're looking back on that southern side with the multi-beam. And it looks like our multi-beam max range of good data is maybe 50 meters, like before. We're painting it. Still don't see any large targets.
Yeah, roger that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, seeing No Shap Alley, we're certainly forward of the machinery space.
Yeah, the two torpedoes conveniently broke off all of our diagnostic things.
Yeah, I was looking for that steam turbine, too.
Yeah.
Two Wilcox
boilers,
pipe boilers. Yeah. And those style boilers are unique.
Yes.
Hey, Shoreside, this is your navigator speaking. So the pilots are kind of at a decision point now. We want to maximize the rest of our time here. We've done a fair number of scans with the multi-beam out in the distance here at the stern, but we really can't get on the port side of the shipwreck here, just because, as you can see, the current's ripping past. So what would be the best use of our time? Do you want to do another survey closer to the top of the wreck, which would be closer to the keel, I guess?
Yeah, I'd like to go back along the starboard side and let's look across the top and see if we can see any of the welded seams that could possibly be leaking.
Okay, understood.
They wanted to talk to me.
Looks like that torpedo struck pretty low. Oh.
Now, how can you tell that?
Just the way the curvature in explosives is coming from the port side.
Mm-hmm.
There's more structure below, and how that keel
Yes.
is bent up. Just seems like the impact was lower. But, yeah,
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
it's an educated guess.
Yeah.
I've seen a few blown sterns. We had a Coast Trader cargo ship that had a torpedo impact in the stern area up there in Canadian waters. That was by a Japanese I-boat, but we were fortunate we had the gun turret and gun there, which made it very diagnostic.
Mm-hmm.
But just the force of that keel going downward. Mike, do you know the last year that oil was spotted in the water from the surface?
Give me a sec to look back through
Oh,
the data and find that.
Yeah. Weathered through, yeah. You can really see how much more dense the octocorals are on the port side there. The side that brings the food.
Well, we're going to see if this video streaming plus Google Earth kills my processor. We'll see how this goes.
Now look down inside.
Nice habitat for the wreckfish.
That's my microphone.
Yes,
I
that
had
was.
it tucked up, so I was just talking into nothing. Oh, sorry, guys. I'll mute it next time.
It sounded like someone was making a balloon animal.
Yeah.
80 years for all this disintegration.
Mm-hmm.
And opportunity for growth, too.
Mm-hmm. These Gorgonians are really small,
At least
though.
you have a baseline.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We know they're no older than 80.
The last oil slick data I have was 2019, and that's probably when the data set was collected. So yeah, definitely was leaking recently. And this data set goes back to the mid 90s.
Can we take a peek into these little holes here that are... Yep.
Nice.
So we're looking down into the hull. So if this was oriented properly, we'd be looking up into the ship.
Interesting. I wonder how different the fauna is inside.
Mm-hmm.
You can really see those colonies flapping in the strong current.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, could we stop and zoom in through one of the larger holes? It's possible that there's intact tanks through the outer hull.
Yep. So let's see. Oh, neat. So it looks like rusticles. Really corroded.
Yeah, that seems to go quite a ways down, doesn't it?
This large hull here up here around 11 o'clock looks like it has some stuff in it. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's sponges or boat parts.
Good eye stuff.
Pipes, maybe? Any piping?
It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm chatting with some other colleagues who are watching. This is probably a machinery space.
Okay.
And so the oil tanks are probably further forward where we don't see these holes coming through. And that would explain why there's more corrosion here. When we were on the Coimbra off of Long Island, we noted that there was more corrosion on the rivets in hull areas that had water on both sides, whereas if fuel oil was on one side, there was less corrosion, which makes a lot of sense. So I think that here we have flooded machinery spaces, and then once we get further along and we see more intact hull, that's where the oil tanks are.
Okay. That also explained why there was no fire, too, because it didn't actually hit the oil
Right.
holding area.
Not here, but it did at the bow.
Mm-hmm. So you can see there's something over there, but just a hole, yeah. And the lasers just disappear. Got some hydroids in there.
Always.
Mm-hmm. It looks like more of that chemosynthetic bacteria matting around the edges. Nothing like that hole at the front, but just a little patch of it.
Mike, this is on shore. This is your navigator. I had a quick question. Is there any way to tell externally where the steering and engine boiler room stop and where the cargo and oil start, or is that really all internal and you got to get a look inside, like you were just saying? Like, is there any extra panels or anything that we could look at or look for?
You can't tell from the underside.
Okay.
We could have told from if they were right side up, but I think we're pretty much going to have to gauge that from where the corrosion stops. Right now, I think we're at the transition from the aft engine room to the aft pump room.
Understood.
Uh-huh.
Which I see on the plans, and that's basically right where it is. So I think pretty much here is where we're going to see that switch to the tanks.
Roger. Thank you.
Can we zoom in on the holes? There's something neat in this one, and the one at 4 o'clock. Yeah. Get a good look in there. What would be the response if this, if we did find active leaking oil? Does anybody know?
Well, I think it depends on how much. I mean, we're not oiling any shorelines.
Mm-hmm.
I think a slow discharge is kind of is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think the interest in mitigating some of these threats is to kind of offset the risk of a catastrophic failure,
mm-hmm.
which eventually can happen. If the corrosion gets really bad. I think we're seeing here that there's quite a bit of intact structure over the tanks, and so I mean this structure could hold for quite a while. The fact that it's completely inverted and it's not a riveted hull, the risk of a catastrophic leak on this wreck, it doesn't seem to be that high right now. So mitigation in deeper water is of course more difficult because you can't get divers down with hoses to pump it up to the surface.
Sure.
So I think right now the goal is finding these wrecks because until today we didn't know where it was for sure, and getting this visual assessment of what it looks like to kind of just get more information on the chance that something like that were to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But this one seems pretty structurally intact, at least where the tanks are. So if it is leaking, it's probably intermittently and small amounts.
And we're far enough away from shore that it wouldn't really have an impact on land.
No.
Yeah, I mean, oil leaking off of this is probably going to move to the Gulf Stream. It could potentially wash up in, North Carolina or New England, but probably going to get carried out more to sea. I'm not saying that there's not a concern.
Yeah.
But, you have to weigh the cost and approach of accessing a wreck at this depth with sort of what the risk of the environmental risks are. And like I said, step one is knowing where these wrecks are and getting eyeballs on it. So that's certainly a big win for today.
Agreed. It looks like at noon we have a Bathanectes crab, a portunid. It's a type of swimming crab named after the god of ports, I believe Greek god of ports. I don't know why I know that. Yeah, so it's much more intact along this way. So this is where you were saying you think this is probably where the oil holding areas are, or were.
Another one of those Bathanectes.
We might have a yellow sponge here. 8 o'clock on the top side of this. Looks like there's some more holes over here at 3 o'clock too. There are holes in the hull.
A little dragonfish just went by.
Ooh, there he goes again.
Great.
Another, Nizumia looks like. At that center screen. Around 6 o'clock. Little gray fish. Maybe a scorpion fish at 9.
Nice.
Yeah. We have some really small gorgonians too, little new babies. New recruits. Yeah, it looks like a pipe.
Very heavily encrusted.
Likely worm tubes.
Worm tubes.
I'm not sure what this soft thing is over here at 9.
My bed is always on sponge.
When in doubt, default to sponge.
Well, you can see the wall through that.
Yeah, this is interesting here. And then center one, you can see something on the back side of it. Might just be the continuation of the hole. There you go. Yeah, you can see the internal structures. There might be an anemone tucked in there, too. Mm-hmm. This one, too, you can see the shadow on the back wall.
Who's that fish?
Scorpion.
Oh, that's
fish.
the scorpion fish again,
Mm-hmm.
yes. Looks so large now.
Yeah, he looks like he's on his side.
Yeah.
Like he flopped over. Another basket star, looks like.
So we have a question from the chat for the archaeologists asking how much of a force multiplier would the liquid cargo have been when hit with the explosion from the torpedoes, and whether there's explosive vapor would have been present in the tanks.
No, I don't think there was. This was a heavy fuel oil. I don't think there would have been much vapor in the tanks to explode or multiply the detonation.
Thanks.
So basically they were carrying like a pretty stable fuel, right, where it wasn't...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And typically tanks were vented. When the Montebello, which is earlier built, when the vented cargo tanks actually followed up the mast, so they would be, the vapor would be at a much higher elevation above the ship to reduce any concerns. The main deck building up vapors.
We have more of these Nitsumia rat tails, it looks like. And small fish.
Really get a scale for the size of this.
It's huge.
It is.
Another Bathanectes possibly at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, Bathanectes. Swimming crab.
Yeah, you can very clearly see its swimming legs there out behind it.
Looks like he's missing a front claw. His left one's gone. Mm-mm. Oh. Oh.
Another question from the chat room about John Reed asks if anyone has tracked down the crew to see if there are any remaining still alive from
Any survivors still?
the Bloody Marsh.
Mm-hmm.
No, but there are lists of the survivors, so that is something we can do now that we found it.
So that's something that would happen after we found the wreck. That's Nazumia. Zumia,
Nice
the rat tail.
view of it.
We've got this yellow, rusty area. Might be some sponge. Really just bright there, huh? That looks like sponge to me. Yeah.
It's great. We can take a little look at the surface.
And I can't get past Dima sponge is the best I can do with that. I wonder if that's the same species we saw earlier that Chris had identified.
As a possible varangid.
Mm-hmm. That's Skeletolus varangid. Is that what you said? Varangid?
Yeah. Thanks for that zoom.
Thank you.
Yeah. Christina Diaz says that's definitely a varongid sponge,
Nice.
possibly Spongoceroides.
Oh, Spongoceroides. That bright yellow.
With John and Chris talking back to each other.
Okay. A lot of the time we find that Spongoceroides in with a mollusk that lives inside its tissues. So like break it apart and it's all this mollusk.
I presume a snail?
I don't know. Yeah, it's got the spiral.
Yeah.
Siliquaria is what it's called, or used to be called.
Yes, so Chris Diaz says it is not Spongoceroides, so let's make sure we have that clear.
Mm-hmm.
How is this ship holding, given the incoming weather?
We're good. Nav says we're good. I got the A-OK from them, so. Is it 2 o'clock? We got hopefully another 2 hours.
Okay, great.
So far, so good. Of course, that's all subject to change. I see a squat lobster at 4 o'clock. Oh, neat. So yeah, on Sirius you can see this, like, I'd call it a protrusion, I guess, a metal part sticking up off the side. It's actually right in front of us on D2.
Yeah, I see that. I'm not sure what it is. I can't even see it in the sonar.
Maybe we can get a little closer to it.
Yeah.
Oh, just do whatever you can. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We don't see that, like a similar one on the other side, guys. I was thinking it could be some sort of bilge keel, but it would be the right placement for it. But I'm not sure, but I'm not really sure what that is.
That's interesting. It's pretty thin.
Yeah, it's right at the turn of the hull. I would say it's some sort of bilge keel or stabilize it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Concura was interesting. We didn't see it on starboard side. Or forward.
Another Bathanectes. And some more Lemonema.
Squat lobster over there. Or is that Bathanectes?
I think it's Bathanectes.
Yeah. So Chris Ma in the chat suggested we keep another, eye out for that 7-armed star because some relatives are associated with seep environments in the Pacific, and it might have something to do with chemistry going on here. Possibly associated with bacteria.
Mm-hmm.
Back down to the end again.
So how sure are you guys that this is the Bloody Marsh, or maybe the Bloody Marsh?
To be honest, pretty sure for a couple of reasons. I mean, with this sort of thing, you're very unlikely to find a nameplate or a ship spell, especially when they're inverted. So, judging by the construction of the ship, the location, the damage, and especially the size of this intact hull section that it pretty much matches where we know that the 2 torpedoes struck. It's pretty much a definitive identification.
So you're confirming you think this is definitely the Bloody Marsh?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Quite a find today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm surprised there isn't more fishing gear. We're pretty far offshore, though, so kind of hard to get to. Right, so we're kind of double backing where we were. Yeah, we're facing south into the current which we have to be really careful about because we don't want to smash our giant ROV into this corroded metal hull.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. And then periodically we're pulling up to the side of the hull so that we can run multi-beam scans off in the distance to see if there's any other debris fields or parts of the ship. But I don't think we have found anything off the main wreckage that indicates that there is yet. And it's difficult. We can't really get on the southern side to look at the port side of the boat because of that current. But it looks like this is the center line, right? The center line of the hull is what we're kind of hanging out on top of.
Yes, you're sitting on center line looking over the turn of the bilge to port.
Yeah, and you can see really well in Sirius where we're floating above that edge of the boat. Yeah. Are you guys able to tilt down and look down from over the edge of it, or is that too risky? Okay. 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 Mhm. Mhm. Okay.
Just to confirm, when we were further forward at the break, you guys scanned off in the distance as well.
Yeah, that's correct. We've been scanning kind of every direction, looking for large debris.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, welcome to our live feed and our exploration. We have confirmed this is the Bloody Marsh, which sank during World War II.
1943.
1943. And it was a oil tanker that was hit by a U-boat in the Atlantic. And we are actually off about Jacksonville on the Blake Plateau. We're at right now we're at 457 meters at the top of the hull here. The ship's looks like it landed on the top side, so it completely flipped over. And this is the bow end that we're looking over now. We came in on the northwest side of the wreck, which was actually the stern, where you could see a lot of debris and where it had been hit. And now we're just going over top of the boat to get a good survey over the top. Not too much fishing gear, but there has been some line. You can see some line right now. We've seen like basket stars, gorgonians, some chemosynthetic bacteria, which indicates there might be some oil on the boat. What else? Some sea stars.
Yeah, we've
Just
seen.
know we're more like midships.
Midship, okay.
We haven't determined the location of the bow.
Yeah, so the
The
bow is
bow is
actually
missing.
Yes. So this, you can see it just cuts off right here. So we don't really know where the bow
We're
is.
probably missing a good 100 feet of the ship,
Okay.
to be honest.
Yeah.
It may be worth going a bit beyond the wreck, maybe 25 or 50 meters and continuing to scan to see if we can find any trace of debris or the bow. Because it should be a pretty large section.
Do you guys think that's doable, pilots? Okay. Ooh, we got a crab there eating something. Ooh, ooh. He's freaking out. Get it! I don't know what he's after. They don't really move much, so they're moving around. They're really... Oh, there's a cool top snail, too.
Right there, a nice gastropod.
Mm-hmm. There's another one that might be a slit shell on the upper right. Or a top snail. I can't really tell from this angle.
Wow. Oh, is that a squid?
I thought it was one of those hydrozoa jellies with the...
I only caught it just as it was disappearing.
There's more of these Bathanectes and Emunida, which are swimming crabs and squat lobsters.
So, Mike, do you want to drop down to the seafloor again and then work forward? Or fly a
not
little bit above?
necessarily. I mean, we a little bit above because we can get better range.
There's more of this line here, fishing line, long line. And that wreck fish off the side. You get an idea of how tall this boat is when you look over the edge like that and see the bottom.
Yeah, the depth of hull is almost 40 feet.
Mm-hmm. You know what the original length of the boat was?
What's the question?
How long the boat was when it was intact?
Yeah, overall it was 523 feet.
So it's about twice the size of the boat.
Registered 504.
Okay. It's a pretty big boat.
Yeah.
Yes. And its beam or width 68 feet, 0.2.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, looks like somebody lost
width
their...
looking at.
Huh.
It had a pretty good draft below water, 30 feet too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good target for torpedo. Especially when it's laden with cargo. Sit pretty low in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And do we know the fate of U-66?
I don't have an answer to that. I was just looking the fact that this ship's keel was laid in February 18th, 1943.
Okay.
They had launched it in June on the 29th, and of course, we lost it in July.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty short life.
Yeah. It wasn't out long.
They were building these ships fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one was sunk on its maiden voyage.
There's that sponge again. This is yellow-orange sponge. It's growing on the hull.
I think it's all over the place.
Mm-hmm. It might be, yeah. Like the same kind of color here, but I thought that was rust. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just
A few times
sponge.
we have zoomed in on that. It does look like a sponge surface, and I think it's just generally, almost
Encrusting,
everywhere.
yeah. Look at it. Yeah, you can see like the yellow patch.
So it's really highly abundant.
Thin encruster. There's also a bunch on the top side that has a little bit more volume to it. These Plixer fans are everywhere. Another Lamanima floating down.
Wonderful spot, that 7-armed star.
That was on this end of the ship, yeah? Vaguely remember. I think it's down closer to the bottom.
Yeah, I think it was closer to where we saw the bacterial mat.
That's on, yeah, okay, so that's closer to the bottom and then further to aft.
It actually makes sense since Houston, Texas was his home port, but yeah, definitely the maiden voyage. So this thing was actually built for the U.S. Maritime Commission, which was an independent executive agency of the United States federal government. This commission was established by the Merchant Marine Act of 1936 to devise a merchant shipbuilding program to equip the United States with a fleet of 500 modern cargo ships.
Wow.
The goal of the commission was to replace the cargo vessels built during World War I with new designs that were faster, of greater capacity, more efficient, energy efficient. U.S. Marine Commission replaced the U.S. Shipping Board, which had existed since World War I, and it was operated by the Sun Service Oil Company.
Nice.
That will be on the test.
Thank you.
Again, we got these rusticles. Some dripping rust. I think that's those red shrimps again. There's one
Right there
right
in the
there.
middle.
Yeah. And then the Immunida at the top, which is a squat lobster. Oh, maybe he's a fish. Not the fish.
So I got some clarification on what that long feature was on the turn of the hull there. It is a bilge keel. It's a short one in the form of a strake, and it is for stability.
The stabilizing. Sure.
That's good to know. Certainly the shortest one I've ever seen, Mike.
You can see the current ripping around the side of the boat here.
Yeah.
Coming across. There's line off the back here. Guys, I don't want you to get snagged.
We could probably start moving forward. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So just to be clear, you guys want to drop to the bottom and then kind of go to the southwest of the ship?
Not all the way to the bottom, but what do you want to follow the hull line going forward, basically that direction?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you can be a little bit above the bottom. It doesn't need that'll give the sonar a bit more range.
Okay.
So look at sonar plus visual. Looking downward, I guess.
Can you copy that, pilot? Mm-hmm.
Correct.
You can kind of see some debris down there. So this would have been the second impact point, right, where this it kind of basically like cut the boat in half.
Yeah, this is what cargo number 3 hold, I believe, Mike.
Yeah, it struck in tank 3.
When the ship was a complete ship, you would actually go further forward and, of course, have cargo tank 2 and then 1, which was smaller, and then you'd have the pump room. And be like a dry storage as well. And then, of course, up to the forecastle.
Looks like the current's a little more stable right here where we're hiding behind the ship.
Yeah, shoreside, this is the pilot speaking. If I try to go kind of past where we think the bow is, there's an enormous amount of current and I'm having trouble holding station there. So I'm kind of taking cover behind the ship right now, outside of the current. But what I can do is look to my port with my sonar. So we're going to do that for now, and I'll see if I can reach out further that way, but we'll see.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. The only other thing I can think to do that would be good use of the rest of the time would be to go back to the stern and kind of do the same thing. Not only do we want to find the stern, but also potentially look for machinery.
Understood.
You have a couple wreck fish again. Looks like there's some debris pretty far out. At least in the video footage. Some more wreck fish out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks like those metal panels is probably where it ends. Is that correct? There's nothing beyond those?
Looks like we see metal panels, maybe 20 meters, 30 meters away from me right now, but nothing other than that. And our system sees 100 meters, so for reference.
Chris Ma in the chat has been doing some internet sleuthing on the ultimate fate of U-66 and found an article about it. And in May 1944, it ran aground and in a skirmish and then everyone was captured on board. U-66 is the German U-boat that sunk this vessel that we've been exploring all day. The Bloody Marsh, the U.S. Bloody Marsh.
It's an oil tanker. Of what, 500 and something feet,
Yeah,
they said?
over 500 feet long.
And it looks like we only got about 250 feet of it. So that means another half of the boat is still missing. There's a little copepod in the water column, or shrimp or something.
Yeah, I suspect that there's probably about 100 feet of the bow section missing, and it's possible, especially if the front tanks were not full of fuel, it's possible that it floated for a little while. The report was that it sank immediately, but, witnesses on a sinking ship may not have observed it extremely carefully. So it may have drifted in the current a little bit before sinking, because there's a smaller piece.
Yeah, and we're in a 2-knot current on the surface here, so it could easily get carried quickly. And dead center, we have another.
You're coming off the bottom at 1600 your time?
Yes, we have to be off bottom at 1600. Or earlier if the weather degrades, but so far so good.
Mike, do you want to go look at the stern?
Yeah, I think doing a similar thing at the stern would be a good thing. Two objectives. One would be to continue to look through the debris field for machinery, and the other would be to see if we can find, the last bit of the stern that we haven't seen.
Okay, I think we're in the middle of an ROV pilot shift change, so we'll get them caught up when they settle in on the plan.
Maybe it was just a co-pilot change.
Oh, maybe. There's a little shrimp in the water column. And they're looking at the starboard side again. Hello. Cool fish. Another wreck fish. The white, fur you're seeing is actually gorgonians. They're just small, so we're a little far away. And then this is the edge of the upper deck. This boat's actually flipped upside down. There is a line right in front of us, so be careful. This might be that bright yellow varangid sponge.
Varangid, yeah.
Yeah, so the plan is to head back to the stern,
To the stern.
and do the same kind of thing with the multi-beam scanner. Thank you. Yeah, if it hasn't been done, feel free to scan it. We're just looking for anything that might be out of the distance, because about 100 feet of this ship is not here. So we're kind of looking for that. So we should be close to that hole that had the
Yeah, did you-
bacteria on it. So we might find that. There it is. There's the hole with the bacteria.
Uh-huh.
6 o'clock or 5 o'clock. So I'm going to look for that 6-armed starfish Chris Ma had an interest in. Alright, so just going to pull away from the rack and do we have 2 multi-beam scanners that are actually attached to the ROV so they can see ahead of them by about, 100 meters ahead of us.
Yes, 100-meter range on our multi-beams.
Now about parallel with the hull.
Mm-hmm. Here's some more shrimps. Some water critters.
Yep. Is there anything out there?
I don't think so. I don't see anything. Getting a lot of marine snow and turbidity in the water column. Am I seeing something on the bottom here? Is that the edge of the wreck coming back into view? Yeah, I'm seeing the sponges again. So the wreck's coming back into view. There's a wreck fish at 6 o'clock. It's tough to see because they're pretty far away. But I'm getting in closer here. And there's the bacteria. Yeah, so there's nothing off in the distance behind us.
At least within 100 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, pilot.
Mm-hmm. You can see the seam, the welding seam here again, that horizontal line that runs across. And again, we're looking at this hole in the hull. That's hard to say, huh?
The hole in the hole?
Yeah, hole in the hull with the bacteria mat. And likely it's chemosynthetic bacteria, which means it's probably feeding off some kind of oil source. It's actually all the way in. It's pretty far away from there.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it almost the edge of the screen.
It's actually a pretty interesting observation because that looks pretty much like the bacteria I was looking for on the Montebello that was feeding on hydrocarbons. I don't recall the name of it. But we've got, maybe I'll get a screen grab of it.
Is the name you're looking for Begiatoa?
Yes. Thank you.
No problem. That was mentioned in the chat earlier.
Oh, great. Did we already do a close-up on it?
We did have some close-up footage of it, I believe, but I think I may have been stepped out for lunch at that time because I came back to what was going on. still hoping to stumble across that 7-armed starfish. There we go. That's nice. Photobomb. Terrific.
Yeah, Mike, you should have somebody do some further analysis on this. This could be the bacteria we're talking about. It feeds on hydrocarbons. It'd be an exit point.
Our hunt for this small 7-armed starfish is relevant as well because similar starfish are associated with bacterial mats in the Pacific and may even feed upon them.
So have you seen one on the wreck site?
Yes, we have seen one on the wreck site, but we sort of passed over it before we stopped to get a good look. And yeah, I recall it being near the center of the hole that we saw it on our way down, and it is relatively small and maybe somewhat difficult to spot from the wide zoom. Thank you very much.
Have we done any sonar or multi-beam at a 180 degree from the starboard side of the hull, on the side of the ship versus bow and stern?
Yeah, we did that just a short bit ago, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, one thing I was looking at is that after house, the turn in the bulwarks, it takes you up to the poop deck from upper deck, which would be a pretty substantial structure, and it's one thing I didn't notice as we went further aft. So I guess it's kind of leading to the analysis whether the machinery space was actually had separated behind cargo tank 9 or not. But you still think we still have machinery space within this section of the hull?
Based on the reports of where it was struck and the fact that we saw through those holes at the top, I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
can see where the seam is separated again. I think we peeked into these holes in the last
I think
flyby. At the bottom, at least.
We're getting pretty close to the stern again.
Yeah, the ones on the bottom do.
There is no match yet, but thanks a lot. Probably secondary to the archaeologist's needs.
This I don't remember. Is that yellow sponge again? Some pock holes.
That yellow varangid really took advantage of this unexpected habitat.
It's white. Yeah.
Hey, science team, this is Nolan Barrett. I just wanted to comment, if we pan over to the bottom left around 8 or 9 o'clock, those are the 3 holes I was mentioning. The round yellow splotch in the middle, if you look to the hole just to the left of that, towards the bottom right of that hole, that should be where I saw the sea star.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you, Nolan.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then we see the 2 more goniastrids here in this plane of view.
Yeah, I see the goniasters. We need to head to the left. There's
and
the
to
hole
clarify,
right there.
it gets
Oh, yeah.
there are two yellow splotches. It's the leftmost yellow splotch, the one that looks more round.
Yeah, I think I see the hole over here.
Yep.
The hole's exactly at 9 o'clock.
I think we can see the star just coming into view. Maybe.
Okay, so 9 o'clock, there's a big yellow circle. It is 7 o'clock from there, 8 o'clock from that big yellow circle. Close to the bottom?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a lot smaller than I was expecting it to be from that photograph, but yeah.
Yeah, y'all were really zoomed in, and I noticed it just as we were pulling back out of the first run.
Yep, I've got a visual on it. We'll get in there. Exactly 9 o'clock from here. That smaller hole at the bottom.
Yep.
I would call it the mouth of that eye, of the face.
Looks a little bit like a mouth.
Yeah.
And I think that star is on the bottom right of it.
So if we zoom in there, you can get an idea.
Yeah, there you are. There you go.
Yay!
Yes. Great job, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for helping.
Thank you, pilots.
Six
Absolutely.
arms.
Yep, 6 arms, DC star.
Not 7.
Yeah, that was my fault.
It's okay.
So now maybe Chris Ma can chime in and tell us a little more about this guy.
He's awful tiny. He's less than 10 centimeters.
It's very small. Well, maybe Chris Ma won't chime in. But we've got good video of it.
There you go.
Chris Ma is calling in.
Hello. Excuse me. Look at me, look at me.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, thanks so much for making this effort. I don't think I'll disappoint you either. It's not the exact thing that I thought it was, but it is very similar. This is, I believe, something called Amphoraster alaminos. Either that or something. Yeah, and so it's the same kind of sea star as the one that we saw in the Pacific, the one that was around Seeps. We've seen these around. The lights are just really attracting those fish, aren't they? So we don't really know a lot about these, but if they're similar to the ones that are in the Pacific, I think it is very plausible that they're feeding on some kind of bacterial mat here. I mean, it's also possible that they're feeding on some other kind of biofilm that's on the surface of this of the wreck. Because it's entirely possible that they're just feeding on the sponge, encrusting on the top. Does that look more like rust, or does that look more like sort of rustical or bacterial mat substrate?
It looks more like rust to me. It looks pretty hard.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't have a layer of bacterial matting on it. It does have that kind of that color. But it's not like we saw the white bacterial matting earlier. It was really hairy.
Right.
I'm not sure that that's on there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're just looking at straight metal. You know, there's probably some biofilm.
Sure.
What is happening above our heads? Oh.
Is there something else happening?
Yeah, there's stuff like flying around.
Oh, okay. But for example, you know, the other 6 or 8 sea star that would live in this area is Henricia, and Henricia feeds on sponges, and Henricia has much longer arms. Mm-hmm. So my guess is that this is something that is what's called a pedicelasterid. These are very distant relatives of the things that we are familiar with as Asterias and whatnot. They're sort of a group that's known. They're the very ancient relatives of forcipulates, and a lot of these still occur in deep waters. They're not that rare, but they're not common either. Mm-hmm. And I think we saw one during one of the last Okeanos dives feeding on something similar, on kind of debris. I don't remember if we got to see what it was preying on exactly, but it was in this kind of habitat. It was, I mean, not a wreck, but there were bacterial mats, and it was on worm tubes, and it was feeding on the substrate. So,
nice.
So this artificial reef that is created by the Bloody Marsh may well, it's clearly supporting, not just. Did you say that these were these white colonial cnidarians? They're hydroids, did you say, or are they something else?
No, they're not hydroids. They're plexaurids.
Plexaurid gorgonians?
Plexaurids. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the plexaurids might be supporting any number of, as prey items, food for any number of things, including those 2, what do you call them, the goniasterids that we passed over, but the bacterial substrate that is created could well be food for other kinds of animals as well, such as these sea stars, which are admittedly much more specialized than the cookie stars, which are a little more common. Mm-hmm. So, but I mean, one imagines that if we took if one could walk along the surface of the inside and looked at where all of these bacterial mats are perhaps more heavily concentrated, especially where there's perhaps a balance away from some of the more toxic metal elements, that some of the that sea stars could be more prevalent, because there's also some balance between the metals that a lot of animals don't like and the food that exists on the substrate that the animals do like. So there's probably a balance of what which is and the animals themselves aren't probably all that common, or whatever you want to call it. They're not very easily prone to occurring anywhere. So but who knows? The animals are very poorly known, and that particular species I was talking about is known from only a few specimens. Oh, nice. So it's one of those types of things that we've seen them on other dives, and usually they're kind of they're small and they're difficult to observe, and and frankly they're not something that I understand real well, because the ones that we saw during one of the last dives looks really different from the museum collected specimens that we have in the collection, and and it was very strange to see them kind of in situ with the water filling up their body cavities and all of their skeletal structures extended, as opposed to the ones that we had, which
are pickled,
which don't do any, that don't seem to display any of those things.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Just to give you a heads up, before you go, yesterday when you were looking at the goniaster with the amphipods, we were able to get 2 amphipods. We put one in for DNA and one in for museum. And we also picked up what it was feeding on, which we thought was maybe a primnoid, but we didn't pull it out the microscope to look. So,
Very delicate.
yes.
Definitely not a hydroid.
But we have DNA
Okay.
samples for both those and your sea star, or the sea star.
Okay. Well, the thing that I think it probably is did you say so? It was a primnoid though.
I thought so, but
Definitely
we
an octocoral.
yeah, we didn't pull it out to look under the scope. We just processed it.
I see.
So, but
Okay.
it'll
the
go to
one
the
that it
Smithsonian.
was feeding on from the paper that I have published is Plumerella, which
Yeah.
was really common on the dives that we had yesterday.
That,
But
yeah.
no, I mean if you got an amphipod, that's great.
Yeah.
I don't know who I'll send it to, but that's wonderful to see that so many of them were recovered intact, and that we could actually see kind of who the players are in that little drama involving those three groups.
Mm-hmm.
So I look forward to recovering those animals as well as anything else. That we're only on day 2, and already we're seeing some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah,
as I would expect from the Blake Plateau. So
yeah.
But thanks so much for accommodating me and my request to go after many little sea stars, and my thanks to Nolan Barrett, whose sharp eye navigated us to this very unusual position.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah.
You are so very welcome. I'm a fellow Sea Star nerd.
Nolan's still there. Very good. Well, best of luck, and I look forward to the next. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got a really neat eel here. Did we get an ID on him? This like conger eel or something? I think that's the same one we were seeing swim past earlier. It looks like he has some damage on his caudal fin. He was in a fight.
Yeah, he's going away. Thanks again, pilot.
All right, so now we're back at the stern, which is great. If we could see if maybe we could swing around and get a look on the interior. I think we tried once, maybe try that again, and then I think we can, current depending, of course, see if we can move in line with the strike of the hull, but away from it, and see if there's any other debris or evidence of the stern section.
Okay. My pilot science? Did you catch all that? With the plane? Okay.
Mike, do you want to look at different levels, trying to look into the ship, so like get this level and then come up and stage it?
Yeah, I mean, we can start at this level and just see how it goes and move up as needed.
There's like these 3 or 4 pieces of metal with these really distinct round holes, and I would call them portholes, but I don't know if that's what they are.
Yeah,
But that's what they look like. And I wonder, maybe they're internal doors or something. Or falling out of them.
These portholes.
Yeah.
The tanker didn't really have much area that people would be in, other than the superstructures and the engine room. But I think it might have been some internal structure that maybe had pipe fittings going through them.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed when we got up towards the turn of the bilge, it looked like just a big bulkhead up there, and maybe a pipe coming through.
Yeah.
Going back, looking at the still graphs, but this would be interesting at this level. See if we could see inside.
Yes.
Yes.
Looking at and also trying to look into it through the.
Looks like these holes are actually probably from the stern superstructure, referred to as deadlights. So they were portholes, in fact, but not not part of the tank area. But it looks like they're destroyed from above the engine room, where there were in fact portholes.
We have another swimming crab, a Bathanectes.
Really great footage when you finally get it up on your website, in case there are some veterans you can reach out to, either even family descendants. Now that there's a confirmation.
Yeah, we had taken a look at it a few times, but we wanted to get some more details and zooms on like the inside area and tucked in here to the right, and then inside the hull to the left. And then when we're done that, we'd like to do a multi-beam scan behind us and scan around the outside of the shipwreck to see if there's anything off the.
Like, do you have any thoughts of that structure?
Yeah, so whatever you can
right
get done,
below?
of course.
Very rounded when we came up on it earlier.
Yeah, Jim actually commented on that, and I asked him again because I forgot. There's some kind of engine room equipment, though. Stand by, he's asking.
Oh, great.
Yeah, just zoom in and look in these holes, get a good view, see if there's anything in there that, is different or, more structures we haven't seen yet.
We are in the engine room, though. This is bulkhead and debris from there. But it is surprising that there's not boilers or machinery, but that's why we see some of that piping. I think a lot of it might just be in this tangled mess, Like it seemed like there's some relief, as if like it all came down in one pile.
And certainly ties to the historic record, the first torpedo.
Yeah.
There's another Eumnida hanging out upside down under there. Looks like some more Gorgonians tucked up under there, too. There's a neat structure at the top. Looks like an eye hole of some kind. It might just be bent metal, but up there at 2 o'clock. And then we have the basket star on top. Maybe some pipes.
The Eumenida's got its arms wide open.
Yeah, you can see his eyes reflected, too. Pretty neat. I am a pilot. This is science. I think it's probably more important that we get a good scan of the sides, like using the multi-beam outside the wreck area, and then we'll spend the rest of the time looking inside here because we do have quite a bit of footage of this, and we haven't actually scanned the outside yet. And I think that that's, in case there's something out there, that's pretty important. Thank you. This is funny shaped, isn't it? It's like volcano here at 3 o'clock. It's like metal, pointed metal area. I really want to do the scan first, and then whatever time we have left, since we're getting close, we'll go ahead and look in here. We already have some footage of this, so it's more important to scan the outside to see if there's definitely nothing out there. This is interesting, this rope here.
Is that...
Mike, do you want some tight shots inside there?
Yeah, let's zoom in there. It looks like one of the few spots that there's some decent space to actually get some light in.
Okay. I'm going to have them scan the multi-beam first, because we haven't done this area yet.
Sure. Yep. Okay.
And we're limited on time, so I just wanted to make sure that got done, make it a priority, and then we'll go look. Yep, just do a multi-beam scan around the outside, make sure we're not missing anything.
All those cables.
Make sure there's nothing in the distance. Not seeing anything. Yeah, so keep rotating starboard if you can. Get behind you. Just off in the distance.
Nice.
There's nothing. Okay.
Nothing out there so far.
Well.
You have to look in order to find.
Yep. No data is still data. Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. We can head back to the back of the ship and we can poke around underneath. Oh. Yeah, if you can do the port side. Are you suggesting maybe we could do the port side?
That'd be terrific.
Port side.
A chant.
All right, you got about a half hour. Okay.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with that, that'd be terrific.
Before you run that way, if you could zoom in on this hole that's in the hull right in front of you, just so we can make sure there's nothing in there machinery wise, and then go ahead down the port side. That would be awesome. Looks like it's really turbid in there. We got lots of sediment spinning up.
Yeah, some of the more interesting discoveries are sometimes made in the last 5 minutes of the dive. You gotta go on.
Every time, it seems.
So here's our zoom in right now. You look for anything in there. We got some new fish. They're different. And this line looks like it's made of metal rope.
Mm-hmm. Like a big cable.
Mm-hmm.
I could see some of that same cabling down along the bottom on the port side when we sort of peeked over.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a new fish, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. It looks almost like a anchovy or something. It'd have to open its mouth for me to be able to tell that, though. Yeah. Little fork-tail guy. Looks like it could be an anchovy, big mouth.
Large
Big
eyes, too.
So you're saying that the port side's an option now?
Yeah, we're going to try the port side. Hopefully the current died down enough that we can get through it. There's an echinoderm right there. Yep.
Want to go up a level, Mike, and do the same thing?
No, I think we need to use the last bit of time on the port side.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. You can zoom in on the base. Which would you guys rather look? We have a few minutes before we get set up to be able to move down the port side. Is there anywhere my shoreside scientists want to look in particular while we wait?
We could look a little bit higher and zoom in.
Okay, can you come up shallower a little bit and we can look at the top of this? Okay. Yeah, it looks solid.
Deep sea cardinal fish.
Oh, cardinal fish?
Yeah, it's funny because I'm so ignorant about fish, but the first thing I thought of when I saw that was, it looks like a cardinal fish. But it's Epigonidae.
Ah, found it. Thank you. Yeah, so see the debris at the top of this where it's kind of open? I think they wanted to get a good look in there. at 9 o'clock. See the debris that's right in front of you, like from noon to 9? That area right there, I think they wanted to get a good look in. And then after that, we're happy to move, if you are too. Yeah.
Goes a little Medusa across the top.
And the flyby?
Flyby. I'm so excited to see the port side of this,
I know.
this ship.
We got a pretty good look at the starboard. Yeah, so there's this interesting, like at the top, there's that strip of metal with the holes in it, and then there's a second one down here that looks like it had blown off. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Underneath the rubble, kind of. You can see that same shape with those oblong holes in it.
One wonders if they were lined up next to each other
Yeah.
or they were farther back.
Yeah, a couple feet apart, part of the structure of the hull. And pilot, we're ready to move over whenever you guys are good, okay? Okay.
Any particular location on port side you want to look at, Mike? I know it's dependent on the current.
Honestly, I would like best to look at the where it is on the seabed, because we might be able to see some of the deck edge.
Okay.
Excellent.
Pilot, if you can manage it and the current is not too strong and you can hold position, it'd be really great to be able to go close to the bottom of this when you do the port side, if we're capable of doing that. Yeah. Is it picking back up? Okay. Okay. Yeah, definitely do not risk hitting this. Yeah, we're happy to move whenever you guys are in position to do so. Yeah, and there is part of the ship beneath you. Yeah, okay. I just don't want you to hit anything. And we have not been down this side of the ship either, so I don't know if there's any other hazards, overheads, or line hanging off. So just be aware of that.
Facebook's changing its name. What? Meta.
Don't feel good then?
I don't really give a shit. I barely ever use it anyway.
No, I don't know if there are or not. We haven't been there yet, so I don't want you to, you know. It looks like more of that rope here.
Yeah, that's
That metal cable.
what I was referring to
Yeah.
before when we. No worries.
Yeah, just be safe, man.
Exactly.
We are not interested. Like, it is not a successful dive if this ROV does not get back on the ship. So that is the priority.
I disagree with that. I actually will find the shipwreck even if they don't get back on
Yeah.
board. No, I do not. I do not.
Yeah, it looks like a hole here we haven't seen yet. Right ahead of us.
Definitely challenging conditions.
It's not uncommon out here either. I mean, this current gets tearing through here. So it's very difficult to dive in it.
Yeah. Gulf Stream moves millions of cubic meters of water per second. It's really incredible.
There's some debris here on the left. I'm on the right, sorry. On the ground. Yeah, so there's like a metal cable. Is that a tie-off? There's a neat piece of metal here.
Sort of a mushroom-shaped piece of metal.
Doesn't look like a mooring bit. Debris.
There might be some wood, pipes. It looks like on top of this there's more line too, like a thinner rope. Yeah, it was awesome. What would that metal cable have been used for?
Might be electrical lines.
Yeah, I think that's electrical cables.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe coming from a former generator.
Yeah, those are degaussing cables. They're used to demagnetize the hull as an anti-mine defense.
Oh,
Very
that's neat.
interesting.
If you can swing to the right, there was some debris on the ground. That might be interesting. Yeah, out there. I don't know if you can get any closer. I'm not going to ask. As comfortable as you can be. Looks like a ladder. Go ahead. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's look pretty cool debris. It looks like it might be a ladder or something, but ladder shaped. If you can zoom in on that, yeah. There you go.
Maybe that cable was wrapped around that.
That's neat.
That could be the
That's the mooring bit. Yeah.
The moorings.
Mm-hmm.
Mooring bit.
Yeah.
Pair there.
This might be like a ladder, like a gangway or something. See the ladder looking on the far right?
Yeah, it's an access ladder.
That's cool.
From inside, though, I think.
Yeah. Oh, like an internal ladder. Like getting it out of the hull. Awesome. Got more of these white gorgonians growing on the ground. The possible raspiliid sponges. Right here, those little fans.
Possibly. Do you see them?
They look meshy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some stylaster. No, there's stylaster growing here, but none on the boat. That's
Right.
interesting. Little hydroid stems around.
I think it looked like there was more debris to the left towards the ship.
Okay, can you guys swing a little left? See if there's anything closer to the boat. There you go. Let's take a peek at that stuff. So yeah, there's your Okay.
That structure you were looking at before, it looks like a spool.
Right?
Yeah.
I wonder if the cable was attached to that.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in on that at all? And maybe brighten it?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh. I'm not really sure what that was. We can probably get closer.
No problem.
What happened?
This may be, are we unable to move any further? This may be a loose valve.
They are doing a ship move right now, and I think then they're going to try and scoot a little bit further down. We only have about 9 minutes left, so they're going to get down as much as they can, I think. We're in this little, like, pocket of not so crazy current, so it's really just going to depend on where that current is ripping through here.
I think the hull.
I can't hear what they're asking. Sorry.
Can we zoom in on to the left, that spool there, and get some of that debris that's over there?
Sure.
Oh.
There's an interesting line here, this yellow line. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, and the spool at 3 o'clock is what they're interested in. Yeah, right there, dead center. There you go.
So it's two different kinds of, or those some
I think one
polyps
just,
out, polyps in.
Yeah. I think one's feeding actively and one's taking a nap.
That makes sense.
And got an undersea star here at 7, in the corner of the screen. Another squat lobster at 3.
Six minutes until...
I wonder what that is. Anything else, shoreside scientists, that you want to look at in the next few minutes?
That's good for now. We can't move any further forward.
Pilot, are we able to move further forward or no? Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah. So this is about it. It's just getting too dangerous, so Let's not push that.
What's under there?
Under, yeah, if you can just zoom in,
let's just zoom in on
right where you are.
there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like a piece of wood or something. No, there's one of those 4x4s or another shrimp there. All right. That's interesting. There you go. Here's that. Look, that's probably not sponge though. That's real sharp. Oh, that's rusty metal.
Mm-hmm.
It's that same sponge color though. And then we got some more rusticles at the top. Nice line at the bottom. Here's something in the water column right there. A pyrosoma or something.
Now, we did see a pyrosome earlier.
Little one, yeah, a pyrosoma.
Does look like a pyrosome.
It's tiny.
Little colonial tunicate.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very bioluminescent creatures. I'd say quite the success.
Yeah, that was an awesome dive.
Confirmed position of the Bloody Marsh.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least a big part of it.
Yeah, hopefully some families can find some peace.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Great job under difficult dive conditions. So thanks to everyone.
Yeah, it was great flying, guys.
Good working with you guys. Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in and helping. I would just be standing here going, "Look at this cool ship." I would have no information otherwise. Pretty neat. So, if you're just tuning in, this is the end of our Dive 2 on this cruise. Noah's Ocean Exploration. We are on the Blake Plateau at a depth of 475 meters, and we have discovered the Bloody Marsh. It was a oil tanker that was sunk during World War II by a U-boat. What else we got? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were able to observe a large portion of the ship from stern all the way forward. Could never locate the bow portion. This particular ship was struck by 2 different torpedoes and broke apart into 2 parts.
Yep, and the bow is missing still. We're not sure where that is.
Yes.
But our archaeologists ashore were able to confirm that most likely this is definitely the Bloody Marsh.
Based on construction and the length of this piece and the
depth. location.
The location, exactly. Everything about it says it's the Bloody Marsh.
Yeah. We have no evidence otherwise, so that's going with.
Yeah, and more importantly, nothing said it wasn't.
Nothing said it wasn't, right. So we have no negative data. So awesome dive today, guys. We are going to be having a post-dive call shortly if you want to hang out and talk about this dive and the next dive offline that with just onboard science to discuss what we're doing tomorrow. That sounds great to us. We'll be there soon. In about, 15 minutes we should be having that call. So feel free to stay on the line or call in if you're interested in helping plan tomorrow's dive, which would be dive 3. So I think we're about ready to kick up off the bottom and start recovery. So thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you all enjoyed it. Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Hi everyone, this is Matt Dornbeck, the expedition coordinator. Due to weather tomorrow, we are not going to have a dive there, so we will not. There's too much wave action and stuff coming from this front, so we are going to head inshore and do some mapping tomorrow. I'm going to send out an email with more information on that topic, but we will have a dive plan. If we do decide to dive on Saturday, 2 days from now, we will have an email going out with the dive planning call information for that. So stay tuned, keep an eye on your email, and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thanks for that update, Matt.
We were the last ones to find out about the weather day. So have a wonderful afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.